Hey, what's poppin'? A little bit late for introduction, but yeah. As you can see from the title of this live stream, it is only about the money. We do this recording primarily because we want to record all our launcher crashes, session crashes, however you want to call it, because since we experience these crashes, since we got the Vulture or upgraded the launcher to the version 2.02, it's just a pain, yeah. But to be fair, to be honest, we got some sessions, even some 12-hour sessions without any problems. But after the 12th hour, it started to become a problem, and we lost 12 hours of effort. And yeah, we probably shouldn't take it too seriously, this kind of video game. But it is just like it is, yeah. In the verse, nothing goes fast but glitches and death. So if you want to do something, most of the time you just invest quite a lot of time for preparation and at the end for execution. This is the price you have to pay when you do this effort in an unfinished game, that it might be that you basically lose the effort you put into. And this is how could you say in proficiency, it's like the risk of your proficiency. Yeah, sometimes if you are a police officer, it's the risk you're taking that you probably been shot or whatever. But it depends on your action, what you do, what you send out, that you will come, will you get back. So if you get shot, you probably did something that led to it that you've been shot. And if it's just the decision itself to become a policeman. Anyway, so we do this vlogging primarily for this, that we have some sort of a vlog, because we do want to document our story or journey within the verse, and showing you what we did and how we got there. So yesterday we did a session. We made some boxes. We didn't really count it because in the salvage rampage compared to the salvage challenge, it's only about the money. Only about the money. Not doing a clean job, not getting the most amount of boxes. But of course, yeah, the more boxes you have, the more money you will get. That's for sure. And so we set not a limit, but a goal we want to do when we do this salvage rampage. As long as the Aegis Reclaimer is available, we want to reach the goal of 1 million per session. So yesterday we did that. We did a session, we went on rampage, but we didn't stream, we didn't record, and we also didn't made that 1 million. We made something around 800,000, which is it's okay. And that was the reason why we told ourselves that we set the goal to 1 million, because the one in the front is just, just cool. So a 6-digit number is basically too less, because we are still not sure what kind of ship we want to buy, should buy, even if we should buy any. We tried yesterday. We did some recordings, but it wasn't the live stream. We did some tryouts with the 600i. There's a ramp, not a small one, there's a ramp. And we were thinking about, are we able to fit an SRV? This kind of roadster, the small one, not the big one, not the Cyclone, the small one. If we can fit that onto the ramp, the elevator of the 600i. And if it's possible to also put the Nox on it, because for some reason we have a Nox and it's listed as being upgradable. That means it came with our foundation pack, but it was just unlocked after a while for some reason. And we got the delivery on Everest, because we are usually on Everest, and it said it is delivered, but we couldn't claim it or retrieve it, because it seems to be a vehicle not made for space or for space station, and that's why we never used. And yesterday we had been on New Babbage. There is a garage, we figured, And we thought, when there's a garage, probably we can spawn these knocks, and we did. And so the challenge was basically, can we put an SRE plus a Nox and probably a second SRE for our friend into the 600i? And we figured, yes, but we could fit 3 SREs into the 600i plus the Nox. It is not meant to be, of course, it is not meant to be to put 3 of these vehicles in it plus the Nox, but we managed to figure it out. It would be possible in theory. But we don't have 3 of these vehicles, we just have 2, so we tried that out, and the Nox, that worked as well. But the space itself, it was there. So yeah, for that. And that begs the question once more, is the 600i a ship worth buying it? And we checked the prices. IRL money is something 200 and above, which is way too much for a virtual ship, not physical there, even if it behaves within the verse as a physical object. But it's not physical. It's not something that we can carry on, literally. It's not that we actually can show off. It's not something that it's literally owned by us. It's just basically an object, a virtual object within a virtual space called the verse. And so no, it's not real. It's just digits, zeros and ones. We would pay 200 IRL money, and that is a little bit too much. But since we figured what money actually represents, and it is life energy, so it wouldn't really matter if we would spend IRL money or the fake money, right? The space box. So if we would, and we still didn't decide if we would buy this ship, it would be in-game. But that also would mean it costs 30 million, which is quite a lot. And compared to the Vulture, the 600i is no investment. It is just money spent, and therefore life energy spent to generate that amount of money to be able to buy that ship. And of course we could spend IRL money for that, just because we can afford, but that would be, yeah, I mean, there's a reason why some ships are available in both store, pledge store, and in-game buy, and some ships are only in-game buy, and some ships are only pledge. And this is quite interesting. But we figured that if you pledge a bigger ship, let's say for instance the 600i, you can even upgrade this ship and personalize it. That means you can customize your ship to your liking. You can choose furniture, for example. You put a coffee machine inside the ship, a working coffee machine, and you know what that means, a working coffee machine within the verse. It is just, you can put a mug underneath and press make a coffee, and there is some brown pixels coming out of the other pixel called the coffee machine, and the character inside the verse can drink it, right? So in terms of role play, it is amazing. Yeah, we love that kind of gimmicks, the small thing. But even if you pay 250 bucks IRL and you want to customize, you have some package of $20 and get some 10 selections free. Or you can basically pay $2 to bucks IRL, 2 IRL bucks for each selection you made, right? And so that adds up to the price you already paid in IRL. and at the end it would be something like 270 for a ship like a 600i, which is beautiful, but it's just not functional. You know what I mean? I mean, it is just luxurious, it is beautiful, you can fit some people in. If bad luck would be something real, I mean group bad luck, then it would make kind of sense. And if we can transport some SREs and some Noxes, that is nice, that it's cool to hanging around with friends, doing some challenges, races, whatever, or just exploring on the ground, that would be nice. But there's no return. There is no ROI in it. It is just for fun, for showing off, to let people know we have a small dick. It's just basically that kind of act we would do with that. So yeah, it would be fun, but we are not sure. For the fun itself, yeah, we would probably pay in-game money for that beautiful ship, 600i, jump works. But we got nothing out of it. Of course, it has some cargo capacity, because everywhere where we put the SRE, there is capacity for cargo boxes, SREs, SCUs, but it's just not meant to be. And the ship itself, it's not bad and maneuverable. It is some sort of fast. It is agile, if you would say, but still, it is a big ship, and it is therefore a little bit clumsy in the movement, a little bit slow, but it has a we would say aerodynamic design, so it is somewhat fast, but it is just not that agile as an Aurora would be. And funny that we compare the 600i with the Aurora, but it's just not an everyday ship. You know what I mean? It's just not an everyday ship where you just cruising around and explore or doing stuff or meet people or having parties or whatever. It is just not. And as long as we do not have a crew, why should we have a ship that we cannot show off? Why should we invest 30 millions for a ship just for us? If we do not have friends to hang around, if we do not have other players to impress how small our dicks is, no, it's just not worth the effort. It would be just gameplay fun, if you will. But our take is it much more serious. We want to do it as a role play. We want to create a career. We pretend this is metaverse, the idea of the universe, put everything into one, the oneness, the singularity, the content of everything, or the content of everything. This is what the definition is of the verse, the universe, one line. One verse. It's not the chorus, it is the verse, one line. Everybody's online. So this is the intent, what we had. We go in there. It is as metaverse, a dead verse. They call it living and breathing, but there is no life in it. There is no breathing in it. Even if the character itself, the pixel moves and the character looks like it would breathe, it looks realistic, but it's just not. It's just not life. It's just some digits, graphics, hexacodes that show you a character, or pixels formed like a human being, and that behaves like it would breathe. That's it. It is basically an illusion, but as long as you are aware it is an illusion, then you know it is an illusion, so don't worry. And so you play, you pretend as if the character you controlling is you. That is something what people do. They identify themselves with something they are not. Some identify themselves as the opposite gender. And there is no gender, but there is sex. Some sex is male, some sex is female. Some claim there is a third one, but we never met somebody. There are some hermaphrodites, we would say, some beings that have both genitals or gender or sexes. They have female organ to reproduce, and they have a penis to reproduce as well. And you might call it the third sex. It's okay for us, but we just heard of it. We never saw somebody. And if you identify yourself as a wild fox, you can do that, but it doesn't change reality. You're still not a fox, and you're still not wild. You're just a stupid idiot who tries to identify itself by an idea, probably prompted from the outside. And this is what we do here now, right? We are pretending we are the character nomad inside the verse, even though we actually know we aren't. We are able to control him. We are able to present a face to the other players, and they will experience us as the nomad. We aren't. But we can say, yeah, if we do it realistically, then it is nomadic is an aspect of our true selves, if you do it honestly. But you can play something completely different than you actually are. But you can ask yourself, so which of those are you actually? Because if you play a game, for example GTA, because you like to do in a virtual reality everything what you cannot do in real life, because you do not want harm anybody, or you do not want face consequences of that kind of action. So you choose the game for having the realness, the reality aspect of these kind of actions within a virtual reality. So the question that arises out of this is, if you have the intent to kill somebody, is the intent to kill somebody real or not? And it doesn't matter if you're gonna kill an NPC or an actual human, or in the case of Star Citizen, another player, because the intent to kill is just the intent to kill. And if the execution of the kill at the end is just clicking a mouse button and some pixel on your screen turned red, then you can say, okay, the execution itself, it wasn't a literal kill, it wasn't taking life as word says. No, it is just a game, and you made sure that the other player or the other character looked like it would die, and the other player need to restart from the last respawn point, for example. But the intent itself, it still is an interesting question, right? If you go out and have the intention to kill an NPC, if you have the intention to kill another player, if you have the intention to kill a real human being, the intention itself to kill is the intention to kill, right? And this is what drives us within the verse, in our thinking, in our gameplay. We did that, we did the killing, we sold our souls, for that matter, to get to achieve the amount of money we would need to have to be able to buy the vulture. And we did one killing mission within the game aspect afterwards, after we got the vulture, just to figure out, basically prove that our suspicion is right. The fakery about crime and not crime, the fakery about legal and illegal, it is just an illusion. The legal and illegal stuff is an illusion. And as a newbie, especially as a newbie, when you come here and say you're doing a play, you're doing a gameplay, it's not real, it's nothing about realness, which is actually is not, but the intention is interesting. So if you come here and try to kill illegals, occupants and whatever, and you think you're doing a good job because you maybe have some sort of an indoctrination of righteousness, then you do that. You're gonna kill illegal occupants. But who made that illegalness? It's not you. And you cannot change the illegalness, but somebody can. And we went out there to get the proof, to get a mission that exactly shows us remove illegal occupants and use force if necessary. And these missions are set up because they are all just algorithms programmed. There's also no AI. They are just programmed to do what they do when you do the mission. And they just were standing there and did nothing unless we pulled out the gun and pointed at someone, an NPC. And then the NPC becomes some sort of aware because we put the commands in our keyboard and mouse that let the system know that we engaged our weapon. So he engaged as well. And the question arises was, who does the first bullet? Yeah. And therefore we can say, okay, as a newbie, I would do the first bullet because I don't want to get killed. And the same would say the NPC, I don't want to get killed, but his algorithm is, as long as I'm not threatened, I will not shoot. But because we as player start shooting, he basically just is in self-defense. This is the illusion of legal and illegal, to make sure, now within the verse, to make sure that you can kill without any law consequences. And there you have it, right? This is the illusion of lawful, lawless, legal, illegal. It is just that. What kind of consequences do you have? You can kill and get no consequences. You can kill and get a crime set free. But who decides? Who are you able to kill without consequences, and who do you not kill without with consequences? Who decides that? You see, you get that? Killing is killing. It doesn't matter if it's legal or illegal. Taking other lives is taking other lives. It doesn't matter if it's legal or illegal. And if you create suffer, then it doesn't really matter if it's legal or illegal. You do harm to other people. Yes. It is just to think about it, right? It's not a moral pledge or something, but it's something you can think about it. And of course, in context of Star Citizen, why should that be relevant? Yeah, because the overlords, CIG, they observe every step people do within the test universe. Because that's why it is a test universe. They want to find out what they programmed, what works, what doesn't. And they need to observe the player's behavior to find out what they do, what works, what doesn't, and how people react to it. Because this is a real not an open world, it's an open space simulator where you really can traverse from one planet to another planet, and you can do missions because, yeah, it is a game, but you will figure out soon that the games are just game loops. At the beginning we didn't get it, why there are game loops. And the game loops basically just there to occupy you, just keep you busy doing something in a loop without getting anywhere at the end, because the money is so bad paid. If you would do, in the sense of gameplay, honest work, just doing verified missions, you will take months, more than one, you will take months to be able one of the lower end priced ships, like the Vulture, or any other ship that is below 3 million. So, if you do it like that, probably it is designed like that to do to do exactly that. Just doing mission in a loop, and eventually you will have enough money to be able to buy a ship, an entry ship. Or what we saw is the fighter ships, these Aero Encore, they are pretty cheap compared to other ones. They're just somewhat 500,000 or so. So it's just you can buy 4 of these, and 5 of these, and you would probably have a Vulture. But even then, yeah, our question, because we play it like a simulator, like the metaverse, where everybody will show up and do whatever they did before. making phone calls, making meetings with other people, going to work, getting to sleep, getting eat, getting shit, getting fucked, whatever. Just doing everything basically in this virtual universe. And this is how we apprehended this kind of stuff. And the thing is, we did it also in economic sense. So when we get paid, let's say 5,000 a month, and we work 160 hours per month to get this 5,000, that would mean if we would spend 160 hours in the world, we would need to get the same amount of money within the same amount of time, just in USD currency. You can convert it, it's totally fine, but it need to be the opposite, the conversion of it, right? So, and the last calculation we did, it was almost a month ago, was 1,000 UECs are basically one IRL buck. But somehow we thought something ain't right here. And so we need to do this recalculation once more just to figure it out, what these 30 millions are in IRL money. Yeah, so we calculated 1 million and we have 15k per box. So eliminate 3 zeros, then we have 15 instead of 15k, and we do not have 1 million, we have 100,000. And how many boxes do we need to get 1 million? And the question is basically we have, wait, can we do? Calc. 15,000 is a box. And we need 70 to get this 1 million. And interestingly, we already have 89 boxes in the buffer right at the get-go. So what does that mean? Didn't we empty the ship before we left yesterday? Or was there some sort of glitch? Because at the very beginning there was a millisecond, the counter on 65,636 in the ratio of centi/SCU per second. And it might be that it was the glitch, or we didn't empty it the last time. So what, when we go now back to the TDD, we will already have this 1 million. Yeah, of course, we need to print it out the boxes, but we would have this 1 million. But yet we have 2 ships up here, and we just started to salvage, scrap the one side of the 890 jump. Whoa. And we need to salvage at least both sides, and at the end we will crack it. With crack it we mean fracture it, because otherwise we would risk to respawn a salvaged ship into the hangar like we did before, and then we need to wait another 13 minutes. Yeah, another 13 minutes, or repair the ship, and we do not know how much reparation is of the 890 jump, but the 600i costs us around 40,000 for a salvaged ship to repair. And yeah, so you can guess how much 890 jump would cost to repair after we salvaged it, and usually we do it properly. Yeah, but we are on salvage rampage, so that means we do not do it properly. We just want to generate as much as high centi/SCU per seconds if possible. But yeah, so we are 2 players, and it looked like as if the ratio is both arms at the same time. So when you see like this, when we just do 0 or 0.02, it's just us. We do not know what our friend is actually doing, what kind of ratio he has. So you need to make sure that you both set the same goal. If you have a ratio less than 1, you need to carry on and take another service just to make sure you have sent the SCU. So like this one, right? Together we have 1. And if both say, okay, we need to have 1 each, that means it will become automatically 2. Yeah. But it looks like as if we did this side already. And we are done and can continue. The other side of the ship, before we go to the lower side. And yeah, if you do it in a 2-man crew like we are, we recommend for that maneuver to make sure 1 is in the turret and has the arm to 0, means top, top, top. It doesn't go further up. And this is basically the range, the limit, where you need to place the ship physically so that everything what's in front of the ship can be salvaged. And if the head cannot reach everything, so that means you cannot salvage everything. And this is just not optimal, because then you need to move the ship once more, just to make sure that you get everything what's there for salvage. So for this, for example, he says he is below 50% of the ship's horizon from this, so we need to go up and turn the nose. And yes, and this is the challenging thing. If you would do this alone, it's just a pain in the ass. And even with this, he cannot reach the top part. And even with this, he still cannot reach the top parts. So just make sure you don't need to move the ship. Just keep it as stationed as possible. And if you are alone, you try and move and try and move and try and move, and this is the pain. So yeah, you just do it like that, right? So his arm is on the go, and he says he has a ratio of 1 and more, if not 2. With just 1 arm, that means he has a good area on the ship, and this is basically the back of the ship. And we do the same just in the front of the ship. Yeah, we didn't turn on, but we see a ratio. It's not 1 anymore, but there is a ratio that confirms that we see the ratio of both arms that are working. Alright, we will be right back. So now we figured out why there are still some boxes around. So it's not only that we had boxes in the buffer, but also had boxes in the cargo bay. The reason is because when you have too many boxes, you cannot sell everything at the same time. When you have too many boxes, you can select selling and then basically select all, but the all just means the amount of boxes you can sell at one time. And because we didn't count, it just was we just select everyone and sold it, but didn't check the number, how many boxes we actually sold with selecting the maximum. So yeah, be aware, especially if you have ships in a limited amount of time like we have, because it had been possible that today free flight will be over and we would have basically lost all these boxes. And of course, yeah, we didn't know that there are still boxes inside, so we wouldn't really notice it if we had lost it. But yeah, it is still effort we put into it. And so today we will take care that we really sell all the boxes just to make sure we get the whole profit out of it. So we got 166 boxes inside in the buffer, plus the boxes left behind from yesterday. So at the end, we do not really know how many boxes in total there are, but we will figure that out. And for some reason, auto eject doesn't work. Yeah, who cares? So we do the same thing what we did yesterday, not in that corner over there we are now, but we will do basically the layout, the framework, so to say, of the boxes, and then we go both together on work, and so we basically just can some sort of throw in boxes against the framework we built, so that will be a lot faster. And because we have, so to say, too many boxes here, it might be that we need to put the other boxes in the cargo area below, 2-story below. That means we need to move the boxes to the elevator. And then yeah, to the cargo bay below. Cargo hold is the name, and we will fill up the grid. We do not want to risk to lose anything, so grid work is important. And as you can see, if you would be alone, even with auto eject, it would be possible to manage this one floor all by yourself without any need. And I will show you what we mean with doing the layout grid or the framework. So in this area the boxes are 2-story high, like here, and there are 5 boxes on this side, and this is what we do. This is the outer frame of that cargo space, right? 5 and 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 in this side. 5, 7, 2 stories would be 35 if we do the theoretical math correctly. Multiply 2, so 70 boxes are in the right corner over there. And now we just build another 70 boxes on this corner. And as you can see, it's totally easy to do it by yourself. You can walk around and be even faster than the printer. And we are not the best tractor beaming handler, but it's quite easy, just pull it, move it, drop it. So no witchcraft is involved here. And the reason why we would recommend not to do salvaging with the reclaimer by yourself is primarily the navigation, the maneuver around the salvage ship, to be salvaged ship, and using the arms. So for that it is worth to be at least a team of 2. You can be more, but we would say more, it's absolutely an overkill. Unless you do the scanning thing. Yeah. If you do the scanning thing, it would be great if you have more people on the ship. But I'm not sure if the verse itself is already prepared for fully crewed reclaimer to be worth to doing it. Because if you wait, that takes too much time. So we can do this. So we got one line now of the framework, and now we do the second one. Now it becomes a little bit trickier, because now we move boxes from two printer at the same time, but as you can see it's still working. It's not that relaxed anymore, of course, but yet it works. Might be that sometimes you drop a box too early. It's not good, but it's also not bad. This is just like, yeah, happy accident. And as you can see, the printers have different speeds. This is quite interesting. And this time we might have waited for too long for the other one, although it is still not locked. No, the other box is coming out. So then, yeah, exactly these two, and then we got the frame here. And I'll show you how or why we do that. Because now you can do basically mass production. You take the box and basically just smash it in the corner. And you do not need to work anymore. It's just throwing the boxes. So now we do the same over here. And we got a small challenge on the left side because there is already some boxes. So we do this one first. And still we can move the boxes, walk around, and it still works. And like I said before, it's not that chilled anymore, but yeah, money needs to be earned. No. And this is what we meant. We are not experts and profis in... Okay, this is, like I said before, these boxes is placed, not movable anymore. It is not optimal, but it's no problem so far. Sometimes it needs some patience to move the boxes, otherwise you will drop it, and then if the grid is active, then it will stick to the grid. Yeah, that sticks. Compared to the vulture, this is just an easy gameplay. If you want to stack up boxes in the vulture, it takes some skills, especially when you work outside of the grid, but still inside of the cargo bay of the vulture. And the cargo grid itself says 12 cargo grids, cargo space, but you will be able to fit 24 boxes in the vulture if you know how to place the boxes. And you would be even able to fit more boxes inside the reclaimer here. Massive more boxes than these 402, and even 402 is a massive amount. If you will fill up the grid on this level, and if you want to fill the grid in the cargo hold 2 stories below. Yeah, and now just throw in the boxes. Yeah, the last box is probably pretty bad placed. Yeah, absolutely bad placed. Shit, now we are out of rhythm. Printer overheating. What's going on? Yeah, the box is getting angry. Now we probably need to be a little bit more careful. it seems like everything is filled up properly. It looks like as if there is a whole line missing. Would mean we cannot count to 5, which is devastating. Now almost done, 22 boxes left. And still some cargo space up here. That is a good sign. That means we do not need to bring him down. We just can basically salvage the 600i completely. Means we already fractured it. We can now disintegrate, and all the boxes would still fit in the salvage hold level below. And these boxes we just can throw it in the back, which is even easier than this one. We would even say it is kind of boring, but yeah, even these are not RM, the CM boxes, construction materials, in average for the last 2 weeks or so, they we could sell it for 1.5k, 1,500 each. It's not that much, but still it is money. And if you have, let's say, 100 of boxes, and it is still 150 thousands. And compared to the vulture in the reclaimer, we have the space for this amount of boxes. So if I read it right, 13 boxes. Yeah, 13 boxes left in the buffer, and it might be fill the row on the left corner. Then the buffer is empty, and we have capacity for disintegration, which is great. Not sure if the printer speed varies depending on how many boxes consecutive needs to be printed, if they're becoming slower over time, if they have some sort of an effect of overheating or what. We don't know. But as long as we could handle 2 printers at the same time alone, speed is okay. So no hurry, just keep doing it. Yeah, we did it almost right, but only almost. That every box faces the same direction, that would be a great picture, but yeah, we missed that. But the main challenge here is afterwards to bring the ship back into spaceport without losing or crashing the session. And the people in the global chat are already, oh, server may be lagging. Yeah, why? Why should it be maybe lagging? Either it does or it does not. And the other one, it's all black. And the other one, server is having hiccups. No, everything is fine over here. So now we got the problem. We still have some boxes. These boxes we put down to the cargo grid. There are not so many boxes. just these two. Yeah, looks like. So if we do a perfect job, would mean that we can create with the leftovers of the 600i, create one more SCU box, and then we will have the SCU box completely emptied with printing just one more box, and the rest is construction material. Yeah, sometimes it's necessary to having a drink, keep the body hydrated. Come on. So the vulture gets a signal so we can still see him. The vulture is power turned on. That probably also means the shields is on. That's why we cannot salvage the vulture, which is kinda okay, because so we do not get distracted in doing what we are here for, salvaging our own ships. So we can still continue focus on the 890. And we are already on the third box with the rest of it. And we have a suspicion why we could not fracture the 890 before, because you see this part of the ship we are salvaging here right now is yellow, and it says 48% is left over. And whatever percentage we think we need to go until the part becomes red, and then basically every part of the ship needs to become red, and then it is ready for fracturing. You could call it a safety measurement in game developer. Not that you can do the easy job, go here with a reclaimer, fracture a ship from right at the beginning and disintegrate it right after that without even scrapping it, just to get the amount of boxes of the construction material. And within the reclaimer, even 100 construction material boxes make more money than a fully loaded RMC vulture. So it's just a thought we had, that is the reason why we couldn't fracture it so far. But we got the middle section, we just touched a bit, that is already red. So there is if it's in 3 sections, that means we got this one we are, and the other one the friend is on. And as soon as they become red, we are gonna try. And even if we look at the ratio, we can get still 1 or even more centi-SU per second, which is confirmation of there's still enough material to be scrapped off. You see, it is red. We will have that checked out as soon as all 3 parts are red. That would mean that we would be able to fracture it, and then we have verified our thought as being a playful fact within the verse. So I got here a problem. I got 2 parts yellow, and my friend just got 1, so he will be faster than I am. We can speed it up a bit. It's kind of weird, we still didn't figure out what to do to actually get a high rate. Sometimes it just varies. We do not know how it works with the heating, and sometimes you can see the blue circle gets sometimes 100%, and they say 100% is basically surface valid. But yet, even if it's 100%, we cannot get everything salvaged for whatever reason, and we are not sure if we need to heat it up, if we need to cool it down, and to have a perfect temperature, because in mining it is the case. If you put too much energy into the rocks will explode in multiple pieces and maybe hurt your body, but you will not get the same amount of gems out of it. So you need to be aware not to put too much energy inside the rocks. And if the same mechanism works here on salvaging, we do not know how to change the energy of that laser. We got that bar on the right side where you see green, now red. Now we are in the red section. On that part, yeah, that means it becomes red, something around 30%, but yet now we are in the green again. So what does that mean? I have no idea. But yeah, we make sure. So this should be red as well. But it might be it is red. Look, now it's getting closer to green. That would mean the distance is too far away, and red means not able to actually swallow it. So that would mean if we go there back, yeah, 0 means it scraps, yeah, but it doesn't go into the buffer. And because we are on a relative high distance of 85 meters, that means it is just closer to the red than more green. But either way, so we got a red, and still some yellow. Make that red again. Yeah, we got some ratio, just a small one. Very small one. And then we have basically the problem that we got on the front, a yellow part, and in the back. And so what do we do first? Based on the volume, it would make sense if we do the back first. Yeah, we almost made 10 more boxes. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It says 42%, but visible is not that much, but still we got sometimes a ratio of 1 and more. But it might be the difference because we are too far away. So we leave that, and we try to move the ship a little bit more to the right, so that we both can strap the back of the ship. Still a little bit far away. But now we are on 37%. That means it should turn red soon. 36. I thought it was read before 35 on the last part, but we are not sure what threshold there is to become read, because the middle section is on 12%, and if that means that we need to work down to 12%, then we need to still need to work a lot here. So just visually we cannot recognize why there is still a 35% left. But yeah, we think maybe this side a bit. This might be a bit off probably. %, and it became red. That means we got now 13.3 boxes, and we will fill that up to 14 straight. Or slightly above. Just to make sure we get the whole box. because 0.85 is just too much not to be able to print one more box. So we got the 14. Okay, we could continue because the ratio is still good, but it's not worth to have a 0.5 and above half box not usable. So what we do is try to fracture and then right away disintegrate depending on the message we get. So fracture, it says red, and it might be this is because the front is still yellow. We are not done yet. Even it is some sort of an easy calm making money machine here, it is great that there are some challenges still. You need to figure out how it works. Yeah, still we got 39% here on the front. That's why it is yellow part. And if you need to go to 30, that means 10% needs to be done. That automatically means there will be more than 14 boxes, probably even more than 15 boxes yet to make.
Friendly target.
32 seems to be the percentage, needs to be the percentage until it switches from yellow to red. And now we want to make sure that we got a 15th box. That would be awesome. Yeah, 15th box. Okay, so then change the chair. Probably we are too far out at the front. Not sure if that works. There are people in the chat. Hello and welcome. Are they serious? There might be one that is serious, but not sure if we are too late because we do not see timestamps. And there's one who tries to sell, I would call it, cheap viewers. Okay, yeah. I mean, you can try sell everything nowadays. And there will always be someone who is willing to pay whatever money for whatever service. But if you fake it, I mean, you can buy viewers. What does that mean? Other viewers, potential viewers, real viewers might think, oh, there are 100 people watching this stream. This needs to be important. Yeah, but it's just fakery. It is deception. And yeah, we are happy about having viewers, actual viewers, and we are happy about having some engagement in terms of like we had when we did the PTU test run, first impressions, second impressions. That was kind of nice, the idea of having people trying to solve riddles together with you. That's a great perspective. So that's why we are not on full screen anymore with the game screen. We got something like 8,282, something like that, in horizontal, and 2,160 in the vertical, and left and right we have space for windows. For example, on the right side we got our OBS recording and streaming control. Then we got a pop-out window from OBS for the Twitch stream, which is right next to the game window. So if we turn to the right, we would see it, but it's still a little bit too far out. So the first one who said hi, hello, welcome, what's up, buddy? We cannot read your name because your name is blue and too far out, so we cannot read it. But anyways, hello, welcome. We are on a salvage rampage, as you probably could see from the title, and the theme is basically we just doing salvaging, of course. This is what we basically always do, but we got some visual glitches here. Salvage rampage is only about the money, generating money, and we got some sort of almost 200 boxes. We need to have a count afterwards. So these are 15 boxes, the leftovers from the 890 jump. But yeah, we are still not able to fracture it because we would like to fill up the salvage bay, the floor below, and having a proper salvage, proper cleanup job. But it might not be working just because we are not able to understand why the 890 jump still is red when we turn on fracture. And with that, oh, what's in the box? What's in the box? Yeah. It would be absolutely great if on these elevators would be some sort of grid. Not so many, but just a limited amount. So you make sure. Yeah, and funny, there's a guy, or maybe a gal, probably a guy, asking for help. Can somebody help me make 1 mil fast? And then there's someone asking why. Yeah, legit question. Why? Why should somebody help somebody make 1 mil fast? I mean, we do 1 mil, but not fast. Oh yeah, there are people, they have a good amount of attitude of self-reflectance, because the guy who asked why got an answer, and the answer was, I need to finish outfitting my ship. And he said, for that, no. For that, he is not ready or willing to help him to get 1 mil. Which is quite nice, because if somebody strives for the second ship means the first ship after the starter ship, that would be something we would support but not help. We will support but not help. It's like if we, as we were in the position, yeah. We started out with the with the Aurora, which is an ugly bastard, and it's not really worth anything. The only one thing we chose the Aurora because of the bed, and we never bad logged in a real use case. It was just that bad logging we did. It was just for testing. So yeah, the bed is basically not worth. Especially not in the Aurora. The cargo grid below the ship, we never managed it so far. And for box delivery jobs, you can fit 6 boxes in it if you do it properly, without hurting yourself, without damaging yourself, and without glitching outside the ship. Yeah, as long as you're in space, it doesn't matter if you glitch out of the ship, you can hop in easy peasy. If you're on ground, either planet or moon, it also doesn't really matter if you glitch out of the ship. But if you're in a bad position and you're glitching out, you're out of the ship and you will never get back in. So no, Aurora is a shithole. It's a shitty ship to start with, and basically every cheap starter ship is a bad ship to start out with. But yeah, and if somebody has a bad ship to start out and wants to gain that amount of money for generating enough money for buying the first ship after the starter ship, okay, so this is the cargo grid of the reclaimer. We never used it so far, so this is primary, and we got the sticky grid. yeah, we cannot move it anymore. But we got just 15 boxes, so it basically doesn't really matter where to put them. We do not need to place it nicely. We do not lose and we do not gain anything. So what we have here, we got 2 rows, 3 rows. This is nice. 1, 2, 3. No row, no grid at least. So then probably also 2-story high. Place it just like that. Two-story. Wait, oh no. We want to figure out if we can place 2. We don't need to move it that far. We can probably place it. No. Is it not? Yeah, here we can. Okay. So in safety precaution, we could say it makes sense. Wow! 3-story high. So if you really make a lot of boxes, especially RMC boxes, the valuable one, and you exceed the volume in the other floor, it is worth to move the boxes down here, just because the proper grid that keeps everything safe in place, and you will not lose boxes because of glitches, like probably the one that just dropped before is probably lost. Yeah, and that's why we really would like to see a small grid, even if it's just for 4. A small grid on the elevator. Because if you have a small grid of 4, let's say all these black areas is one grid, you can stack the boxes around and it would be stable enough. And there will be still plenty of space to walk around the boxes, because as you probably saw before, you put the boxes in from one side and need to pull it out from the other. So if you smash the boxes just in the elevator, then you will block the door on the other side. This is probably specifically made for those who are too lazy to move the boxes, just to keep them busy. There is no shortcut, there's nothing fast in the world but glitches and death. For these box moving job, there would be actually worth to have just one more on the ship. If you want to do a nice box job. So now let's check if the one box we probably missing is back in the buffer. Nope. 0 means we did a very clean job. So now we are heading back to baggage. New baggage, new baggage. And this is something we also noticed. Don't be in the elevator while quantum jumping. You can be everywhere else but not in the elevator, because you will glitch out, you will die, you will lose session connection. Everything worse you just do not want. And that also goes for the vulture. If you're quantum jumping, you can leave the seat, you can go to the back area, having a drink and everything, but do not climb the ladder during quantum jump. You will risk a lot. If you want to do that, go ahead. But we don't. We also do not even use this elevator, we just use the ladder, which is not better, but it's just a different. It acts just a little bit different, and as you probably heard, we got just a smart heartbeat out of the rhythm. Yeah. So we did a very great job. Water is great, energy is great. We will be right back. we change seat because the ship is mine and my friend is just a little bit a bad pilot and we do not want to risk. But yeah, anyways, it is night time, at least on this side, and it might be that it is daytime over there. We would appreciate, but even if it would be daytime then the weather would be probably shitty. This is a reason why we usually avoid microtech, but we love the greeneries, not the ice, but the greeneries. So exactly, this is the thing. Where is landing pad? And it's right below us. Fuck, where are we? How low are we already? Oh, 5 kilometers. Ooh.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
So, not too steep, it's over there. So get yourself in position, or is it over there? No, here. The usual one. Yeah, from the outside, light will help, but inside, definitely not. So this goes usually well. And touchdown! Ba-dam!
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
It almost looks like as if the weight of the cargo has an impact on the ship on the ground. Or we just landed a little bit too harsh. Might be possible, don't know. Always be caution about the elevators. Elevators are loading screen. Someone said somewhere, be aware the elevator is fully rendered before you enter it, just to avoid some accidents, glitches. But in general, it is just annoying if something would happen, but the reclaimer is landed properly. So if we would glitch out, die, crashes, whatever, we will come back and the reclaimer is stored in the hangar. Just safe, basically. Yeah.
The capsule will be...
Alright, there is someone who wants to salvage today, but we are done today. And interestingly, wait, what was that? We mentioned to fair split because we know the one who pulls out the reclaimer or the transporter for that matter, that will get the money. That's why we mentioned fair split. And he says, I always do 60-40. Depends on who does more work. Quite interesting. So I ask, how do you measure? How do you measure the amount of work? And he said, the guy who stacks up the boxes in the back does more work. Okay. Just way too many ships here in New Babbage. So, this is interesting. There is this one box, probably the one we missed. Not in the grid, somewhere inside the ship. And we got 256 boxes in the grid. So, and what we mentioned before is when we say maximum, it says 256, and that gives us 3.735 million. Sell it. Sell it. So that would mean there's only one box left. Okay, sell it as well. And we got to say today is a high rate. We got 14.59, which is probably the best rate we ever had since we play Star Citizen. Yeah, and that everything with no glitches so far, no actual lags, no bugs, no crashing, everything just worked fine. This is what we call a proper salvage rampage with a lot of boxes, but we need to be fair. Yeah, we got some boxes from yesterday leftovers, something like 80 boxes, but yet it is still more than 200 boxes we delivered today, or let's say 100 and can we calculate 170 boxes. That generated that at least 1 million we tried to achieve, and we really overdone it. Yeah, so check the balance. 12 million. That would mean we are pretty close to afford the Star Runner if we would like to. And we are not sure yet if we should buy the runner, because it's just a little bit too slow. And yeah, too slow, but like we mentioned earlier in other streams, we love the ramp at the end. We love the huge cargo space at the back of the ship. The easy peasy loading, unloading of the boxes, even from a vulture over to the Star Runner, or from just any ship, or from the ground. We have to say this is absolutely great. But the slowness, yeah. And we were thinking about if we would buy the ship and we go vulture and want to unload so that we continue vulturing, then we need to fly both ships to the places where we are vulturing. That's just not possible. It's just not possible doing by yourself. So you need to have some sort of a crew member. Yeah, still need a crew member anyways. So the question would be then, together with my friend, we got together now 20 million. So if we continue that sort of job we did tonight, this week and the next week, then we will, in 10 days, if we do our salvage rampage, 1 million per rampage, that would mean in 10 days, in 10 sessions, we would have, where are we? Interstellar space. Yeah, if we do that 10 days in a row, that would mean in 10 days we will have 10 million in addition. And together with my friend's money, we will have the 30 million for the 600i. But the 600i is just something like nice to have, but it's not practical. It's not practical. It's just to show enough for a small penis. Yeah. But the Star Runner would have a function, would deliver a value. And this is something what you need to consider, yeah, if you buy something. Is it just spending money on a ship, or is it sorry, I'm distracted. Is it an investment? And if it's an investment, for us, the vulture, it is, so no. The vulture is an investment, so we spent 2.7 million for the vulture, and we already made 2.6 million with the vulture, so the money we spent on the vulture, we already get back in. So every money we do with the vulture now is just a plus. So return of investment is done. And now is the question, how much money do we make? So every money we make now is just in addition. So that is in economic sense, it is just the investment just happened. We got invested, and now we have a sustainable ship we can work with. Shit, what happened? Yeah, we are a little bit of distraction. So what we want to do is now, so we can close this session because salvage rampage is done, and now we are just playing. We want to take out the Star Runner and try the ground vehicles. If you're able to, yeah, find out some value beside the cargo with the Star Runner. Thanks for watching. See ya next time. Adios.
Be sure to explore all
New Babbage has to offer.